私は地図が読めない。どちらへ向かえばいい？今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。亡者はすべからく神の国へと帰る。信仰を持っていればの話。今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。亡者はすべからく神の国へと。
来い、私は負けませんから。そうはさせない。これが私とあなたの差です。指揮官、私なら。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
あなたが好き。あなたに死を。戦場の掃除が完了しました。来い、私は負けませんから。正義が勝つ。すみません、指揮官。もっと大きな声を出し。指揮官、私なら彼女たちを超えられるでしょうか。来い、私は負けませんから。正義が勝つ。指揮官、来い、私は負けませんから。お前の罪を数えろ。あなたにとどめを刺すのは私です。もっと大きな声を出せ。お姉ちゃんたち大丈夫？指揮官、私なら彼女たちを超えられるでしょう。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。 今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
ボンジュール指揮官 AAT52 機関銃、今日から入隊します。ボンジュール指揮官 AAT52 機関銃、今日から入隊します。あなたが私ベネット M9 なの。人気者なの。
指揮官、これは私の欠席届です。ご許可をお願いします。
私の審査は結構厳しいですよ。
節約しないと。この弾薬一発一発にもお金がかかってるんだから。
私の審査は結構厳しいですよ。
さっさと戦闘を終わらせて仕事に戻るよ。
私の審査は結構厳しいですよ。
さっさと戦闘を終わらせて仕事に戻るよ。
私の審査は結構厳しいですよ。
さっさと戦闘を終わらせて仕事に戻るよ。見せ場なのに。
少女前線。
私は地図が読めない。どちらへ向かえばいい？今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。亡者はすべからく神の国へと帰る。信仰を持っていればの話。今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
あなたに死を届けに参りました。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
スペクトラ M4 正式に入隊します。
今の私はグリフィンに服属する。
今度はあなたが相手なの？楽しみね。
今死んでもまた目を覚ますことはできる。
私はもうこれは信じがたい。
どうや？よろしく。
痛くはない。だけど眠い。おやすみ。
グリフィンのデータベースは古すぎますわ。鉄血の情報は私がアップデートしておきます。
私は地図が読めない。どちらへ向かえばいい？今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。亡者はすべからく神の国。
運命的な出会いですね。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。亡者はすべからく。
来い、私は負けませんから。
お前の罪を数えろ。
もっと大きな声を出せ。指揮官、私なら彼女たちを。来い、私は負けませんから。これが私とあなたの差です。お姉ちゃんたちは気をつけて。次は私の番よ。もう壊れて。
あなたに死を届けに参りました。あなたに死を届けに参りました。
来い、私は負けませんから。
お前の罪を数えろ。
己の運命を受け入れなさい。爪からそれとも配線から一つずつ抜いてあげようか。
指揮官、私なら彼女たち。
あなたに死を届けに参りました。戦場の掃除が完了しました。ご主人様、どうかご確認を。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
よろしくお願いします。
あなたに死を届けに参りました。あなたに死を届けに参りました。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
はじめまして。そして死んでください。最初に言った通り、あなたたちはその結果になるしかないんですわ。はじめまして。そして死んでください。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
はじめまして。そして死んでください。はじめまして。そして死んでください。計算通りの反撃、無駄ですわ。最初に言った通り、あなたたちはその結果になるしかないんですわ。
よろしくな、前指揮官。 じーっと私のこと 少女前線。あ、指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？ただいま、指揮官。次の任務は？
ただいま。ちょろいもんだ。意義な。
ただいま。みんな私一人でシール。任務完了。ご報告いたします、指揮官様。行ってきます。私にできることはここまでみたい。4号で。
First things first. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I'm just getting rid of 1-stars. And if she appears, then I'll try it, but... Let me do this real quick, because I was not able to get a lead on.
.今さら自己紹介なんて必要？ネイト、パラデウスの礎が今日からあなたの道具になる。
And from today? Classic Ian. There's also something I have to do, which is... the hell?
そんなに優しくしてくれなくてもいいよ。痛いのは平気だもの。適当な強化も案外悪くない。
What? I didn't even, what?
Ah, 指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？
Okay, so to make a quick summary, first thing with the commander was looking for remaining Sangis Ferry units. He sent a team with VSH, Augpara, and some other titles, like I think Mondragon was also in the group, to find Ouroboros' I think Ouroboros' body. In the process, he also sent AR team, or they also sent AR team to find for the Gauger in an attempt to, I think, continue uniting the remaining Thangasferi units to increase their army and maybe have a proper chance against Paradeus, who's also increasing their forces. In Angelia's side, she was investigating what was going on with a specific orphanage, which there were several claims of children disappearing and other crazy shit going on. So she went there with some other official government forces from Russian forces, state sec, to investigate and get to the bottom of what was going on. The team had a spy or a double agent within the group. He was Hops. They were able to. She was specifically was able to discern it through Anjay shit, basically. But they were able to conclude that the children who were disappearing were being used as Naito or Nito projects. And they were being disappeared specifically to test on them the augmentations from the Naitos, and that's basically what the Nitos are. Keep going on between Naito and Nito, but yeah, she was able to conclude that children, like with Anna, which was nothing new because Anna was also a child, so she was able to tie some things like, oh, maybe children are Nitos. But she was able to conclude that with the last campaign. However, some other things went going on, like Paradeus was paying some, I don't remember if they were mercenaries, but it was paying a group to dissuade or to disrupt the investigation from StateSec, which is one of the reasons why they even had a spy, if I'm not mistaken, in the first place. When they were almost out of the region from the whole mess that was going on between civilians killing each other and civilians trying to kill, or people trying to kill Angelia because they were accused of being I think it was the reason for which they were living the way they were, or something like that. And after some confrontations between Hop's team and someone else's, some other group, some other mercenary group, the whole city was blown to bits, basically, like in the infighting. So after Angelia was trying to successfully extract it, this new character called Morido, she claimed to be working with Statesec in investigating Paradeus and several other things that they were doing, specifically with plants, some testing with plants. So in the end, we learned that Morido was in fact also a double agent and a Naito herself. And from there on, she basically proved that Paradeus had successfully created augmented humans that were impossible to discern from regular people. And I think that's where this story is going to continue from. Nito's looking similar to humans, and some other crazy Paradeus shit going on. So yeah, I think that covers most of it. I know I'm missing some details, like for example, the plants were something like dandelions, related to dandelions. Those plants are able to hold ELID, collapsed fluid or collapsed radiation in them. So what Paradeus was doing was exposing people, like really poor people in the yellow and if not even the red zone legions. No, not from those. They're not making humans from those. They are kidnapping humans, specifically human children, and making them into Nitos. But what Paradeus was also doing to increase their forces, and the reason why they have such a big army, is the Strelets, for example, which are their main, basically cannon fodder. They are actually humans who have been exposed to collapse radiation, and because because of their desperate situation, they agreed to work for Paradeus, but little did they know that they were being used as cannon fodder for the project and for their operations. So what ended up happening was the team, I think it was the secondary team that the commander sent to investigate, to gather information on a Sanguisferi factory. I think that team, if not AR team, were able to obtain that. I think actually 404 was also, I can't remember exactly, but they were able to learn that humans living in the yellow and red zones, those who were able to survive, were being exposed even more to collapsed fluid because of these plants that were all over the place. And of course, it was basically confirming that Paradeus was creating the conditions for these people to join eventually their army. Basically, Paradeus has a huge army of zombies, basically, which was kind of hinted at from Continuum Turbulence, but we didn't really know at that time because they were like so open, like general about it. When White Nito was like, "Oh, don't hurt the baptized," I was like, "What the hell does she mean with the baptized?" She was actually referring that Paradeus tries not to hurt elite people because they are basically their own soldiers. They turn them later, or try to turn them into their own soldiers. So yeah, I think that's basically. I mean, again, I know I'm missing some things, but I think it covers most of it. Also, Gauger found Architect, and after thinking that Architect was kidnapped by Griffin, Architect told her that no, she saw Sanguisferi's fall being inevitable, and decided to help Griffin so that she herself wouldn't die. Basically going on like this whole arc of artificial intelligence preserving their own life. She tried to convince Gauger of joining because Sanguisferi is a doomed cause, and they can only coexist under Sanguisferi to prevent, Griffin and Kruger, to prevent total annihilation, but Gauger rejected, and I think she just blasted off. She just went off. So as of now, I think AR team was working together. I think it was Ro, Star, and Stopmod. I think they were the only 3 members. M4A1 as of now is still missing from the event of Polarized Light. Yeah, basically. From the events of Polarized Light, as well as M16 and obviously Elisa. So far, the only thing that Griffin has even remotely close to M4 is Dandelion, which so far she's still working for GMK. And yeah, let's see. I've been told or read that this is the longest text in terms of text campaign. So let's see how that goes. Forgot this background. Bremen, Germany, lower reaches of the Weser River. Of Weser. This area is a considerable distance away from any human settlements. The spaces within 50 meters on both sides of the river have been blocked off by black vans and condoned with tape. With a helicopter rumbling overhead, a young man treks along the moss-covered path by the river with a briefcase in hand. He can hear the conversations over the radio through the foliage. Zone D1 complete. Search complete. Nothing out of the ordinary. Zone A2 search complete. Nothing out of the ordinary. Copy that. Keep searching and extend the perimeter by 1 kilometer. Attention. Rabbit has escaped. Keep your eyes peeled and don't even miss a single tuft of her fur. Roger. The Stacy search agents have been working around the clock on the river banks for over 24 hours. Yeesh. It has already been 5 days since Angelia crossed the German border. There is a faint rustle of a coat brushing over the shrubbery. Detecting the approaching presence, Kate turns around. As he makes out who it is, his rising unease disappears. Sir? Come. Yes, sir. The young man walks forward to Kate. His sharp gaze shifts over to the river, where boats are still busy searching. Time is short, so I'll keep it brief. Let's get straight to the point. You know why I've summoned you, Light? Yes, I understand it is about Frau Angeli. Have you read the report? Yes, I am well aware of everything leading up to the confrontation between Frau Angelia and Morido. It is Jay who has been following the case, isn't it? He's currently out of action, so you'll have to take over. Now's your moment. Have you chosen a letter for yourself? Please stop making fun of me. Jay is an exceptional agent. I still have much to learn from him. Aw, where's your sense of humor? I thought you said time was short. You little... Never mind. Kay turns and directs his attention back to the boats in the river. Do you think Morido died in there? Difficult to say. None of the witnesses on the aircraft saw the moment of impact. Even a well-trained agent could easily die when falling from that height. Such a plunge could be fatal for ordinary civilians. But our little secretary is no ordinary civilian. That's true, and that's the problem. According to Frau Angelia, Morido is a new type of augmented human under the major criminal organization Paradeus. Apparently, her strength is on par with AK-12 of the Wolfpack. All information concerning Paradeus is top secret. We're making an exemption here by filling you in. Understand? Yes. The aircraft found for Chairwoman Aldrich's office building deviated from its original flight path yesterday. The witnesses' account corroborate the fact that the confrontation took place as the aircraft was passing over the Fardesi. Are the witnesses to the pilot and Frau Angelia herself? Indeed. The scuffle lasted about 6 minutes. When they reached the river, the suspect, Morido, concluded that her plan had failed and decided to escape by jumping off the plane. Once I caught word of the incident, I immediately sealed off the area within 5 kilometers of the scene. It was done in a rush, but I do not doubt the effectiveness of the blockade. Yeah, they really have. They really have. There is still no sign of her? Kay shrugs. I can only assume that she has already left the scene before we got here. Otherwise, I'll have to chalk it up to her being soluble in water. But it's not all doom and despair. We have found some clues. Kay taps his foot, indicating the stretch of the riverbank that they are standing on. An hour ago, we found the torn off cabin over there. There were bloodstains on it. This is still confidential information. Bloodstains? Angelia did mention that Morita was injured. I've had the surrounding area searched, but we haven't been able to locate her. Can we extrapolate her path of escape? No, there is too little blood for that. Besides, the river itself makes that impossible. What if we narrow it down based on the time she jumped? We calculate her trajectory and draw a radius. I like your quick thinking. This is the first task I have for you. Here's the investigation report. Right. Forgive me for being blunt, but this is no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. Also, if our manpower is stretched too thin, even if we locate the subject, it will be difficult to capture. You think she's some sort of monster that can fight toe-to-toe against an elite T-Doll? That's right, which is why no one will blame you if you conduct the search in a leisurely manner. So the second task is what actually matters? Yes, that is correct. I just received new orders. Once the investigation here is complete, you are to head straight to Berlin. Isn't that exciting? You'll get to work with your dearest Frau Angelia. No, please don't say that. Oh, come off it. I'm not interested in the business of some teenage kid still wet behind his ears. Now, if you understand what you need to do, then scram. Can you say I have guests? Oh. Light looks back and finds the chairwoman Ulrich and her two bodyguards have been standing there silently for what appears to be a long time. At the sight of the poised woman, he bows lightly in the way of acknowledgement. Ulrich gives him a nod to indicate that she doesn't mind the wait. In that case, I'll take my leave. Good. Light gives Kay a salute and takes off with the investigation report in hand. He brushes past Ulrich, but does not bother to shoot her another glance. So, is he Ulrich's son? And a rising star? This is probably hard to believe, but he's Jay's prodigy. Ulrich waves her hand to send her bodyguards away. Two security officers eye the rumpled-looking Stacy agent warily, but still nod and back away. When they are a safe distance away, Ulrich strolls up to Kay and stares out at the boats tolling away in the river. He came straight from the interview? Politician fights her own battles, Schwaffen. News from the last 2 days will keep the TV stations talking for the entire year. Must have been tough cleaning up the whole mess. Watch your tone, Kay. We are still out in the open. Apologies, I spoke out of turn. But you're right, it hasn't been easy. I had a lapse of judgment. Ulrich says so. It was obvious that Hobbs was a member of the German Independence Party, but didn't expect Morito to have even more complicated background. I thought they were sent by the same people. It was largely my fault that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. There's a saying in our world, it's of the Secret Service, madam, chairwoman. Never regret your decisions after you've made them. One doesn't even get the chance to regret a decision if it is truly regrettable. Are you lecturing me now, Schwaben? Sorry, I forgot my place. What I mean to point out is that even though you never noticed your suspicion regarding those two beforehand, Angelia still figured it out. I know. Orushon claps her hands and rubs them gently against each other. When Angelia uprooted the Flora Institute, I could defend her. It was Leona who forced her hand to begin with. When she overstepped her authority at the orphanage, I could also quash the voices of objection. Even the filthiest politicians I know, that child trafficking is a line that must not be crossed. But what she did in the refugee settlement was completely out of line. Okay. Those people in Berlin are starving like starving wolves eyeing a piece of juicy meat, and Angelia practically barred her own neck onto their fangs. Bared. Oh. This is not an issue of whether I warned her beforehand or not, okay? Angel's actions would inevitably have consequences. That's just who she is. So, what are you worried about? People in Berlin have taken her, okay? And there's nothing I can do. I am out of my depth here. You're right. They won't let go of Angie so easily. I know their methods. They will shake her till she gives up the information they're after. They won't stop until she succumbs. From now on, she's on her own. You say that, but you still transferred Jay and Light to Berlin. You're still doing whatever you can to help her. What? Ulrich looks up at Kate. Her face is already unreadable, but the faint traces of apprehension does not escape Kate's experienced eyes, which is both surprising and puzzling to Kate. Such a large reaction is a rather uncharacteristic display of weakness for someone like Ulrich. Okay. Yes? I did not arrange any transfers. Huh? Kay is clearly not as good as making his own emotions. His obvious shock has even drawn the attention of the two bodyguards, who have been watching him. Then, who was it? They certainly aren't being dispatched on some ordinary mission, and the fact that they've chosen to send us means their aim is to help Angie. That's right, this could be a good thing for Angie, so don't worry, Kay. I'm not worried. Angie and I aren't that close. I'm just a bit shocked that someone could bypass your authority and issue commands to high-ranking Stacey agents operating in Bremen. Who could it be? I have no idea. Ulrich gazes down towards the river, where the tireless searchers are still looking for signs of a young woman in the icy water. The stage has shifted, Schwaben. Just hope we haven't fallen too far behind. A pungent metallic scent permeates the air in a confined space. Beads of sweat slide off a young woman's forehead and drip into the pool of blood on the floor, echoing briefly. Are you alright? I'm fine. I have never seen you punished so harshly. Father is furious. Failure deserves to be punished. This is our rule. If you count as a failure, what does that make us? Only one person gets to decide who is a failure, Narcissus. Watch your tongue. I understand. So, who are we supposed to kill this time? Morido gets her feet laboriously. It won't be so simple, Narcissus. This time, we may have to make some sacrifices. Really? If Father orders you to kill me, Narcissus, will you hesitate? No, I will do it gladly. Very good. I know I can count on. Morido tucks a wet strand of hair behind her ear and gazes at the girl leaning in. He strokes her gently on the cheek. Make it clean. Okay. So I think this... What's this? Welcome to Actual Chimera. This is Shadowless. I will be taking you through the latest news today. Commissioner Cloud's delegation has arrived in the Republic of North Ossetia, Alania, to attend the commemoration service for the victims of the Beslan school siege. Commissioner Cloud offers his condolences to the victims' families, emphasizing that terrorism is still the most urgent security problem that all nations are facing. Yeah, like, what a name, Shadowless. Germany pledges the assistance to the neo-Soviet Union in fighting terrorism in North Ossetia, Alania, and in bringing peace and stability to the world. That's odd. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson remarks earlier today that as the situation begins to stabilize in the neo-Soviet Union, Germany has plans to dispatch an ambassador to facilitate discussions regarding technological and environmental cooperations between the two nations. The decontamination facility at in the Berlin testing zone, constructed with technical support from the neo-Soviet Union, has completed its second decontamination trial. This collaboration aims to conduct follow-up adjustments so that the facility can enter service as soon as possible. A fire caused by an explosion in the Bremen refugee settlement is now under control. The reason behind the explosion is still unknown. According to the Ministry of State Security, a large amount of armed personnel entered the settlement to restore order that day. The Bremen government urges citizens not to believe in hearsay. The refugee settlement scheme is currently proceeding smoothly as the mayor of Bremen leads the effort in person. Moido Voigt, secretary of the Pekmar chairwoman Ulrich, has gone missing in Bremen. The search is still ongoing. Voigt's residence is currently under police investigation. Chairwoman Ulrich promises to cooperate fully with law enforcement. Sources claim that Voigt has been spotted within the Bremen refugee settlement before going missing, but authorities deny any correlation between the disappearance and her official business in Bremen. That concludes today's news. This is Octele Camera, brought to you by the DRF. So, it seems like these are news segments. Okay. I'll try doing both at the same time. I was not expecting this to be just like polarized light, which was back to the chapter thing. Because in DR it was like a map. It was kind of confusing at first, because I did first all the story missions, and then I started playing the stages. So I was like, wait, why am I playing on a stage about a topic that is being talked like way further on or way back? But even if it was kind of confusing at first, I liked it because there were multiple stages for the same mission, and it looked a little bit more organized, I would say, more ergonomic, if you will. Anyways, let's see what's going on with apparently Dandelion. Late at night in the commander's office at the Griffin base. There is a long line of dolls standing outside the door as the heads of each department wait for their duty assignments. Jeez, that has to look like hell. Thanks to the supplies provided by Javier, roughly 50% of the dolls in the Griffin base have been rebuilt, enough to sustain basic operations for the base. So we finally recovered from polarized light, apparently. However, my inbox is still full of pending work requests. Commander, this is a list of the discrepancies between the manifest and our actual inventory. I've sent a copy to your inbox and filed a copy in the system. Alright, I'll look at it right away. Are you sure you don't need a break? You don't look too well. It's okay, I'm fine. Springfield looks like she wants to say something else, but in the end she decides against it and simply leaves the office. A little typo here. The canteen has submitted its ingredients purchase list and budget approval, Commander. Please take a look at it. Alright, I will. The pile of documents suddenly collapses and G36, I'll just call her G36, stacks them back up again before leaving the office without a word. Commander, IOP is asking for confirmation of receipt for the most recent batch of supplies. Hang on, where does Springfield's list go? I dive into the pile of documents and rummage through them. Sorry, English is not my first language, so. Polina, help me with ask Springfield about her comparison list. The only sound in the silent office is my rummaging through the files and folders. Is there a flash sale on? Don't get distracted, Polina. The person who ought to have appeared by my side with a smile on her face still hasn't shown up yet. Polina? I look back and realize that there's nobody behind me. The only thing in this massive office are work documents and my dejected self. Yeesh. How could I have forgotten Kalina's on leave? I reach past the documents on my desk for my coffee mug, planning to gulp it all down. However, the mug is empty, save for 2 or 3-day-old coffee stains. Yes, the commander turned into Persicaria. Several days ago. Oh, what happened? Several days ago, during a regular checkup for the human personnel of the Griffin base. Oh shit, take care. Commander, we're the only ones who haven't gone for our checkup yet. Right, another routine physical. Let me take care of the work I have on hand first. Commander, don't keep burying yourself in work. Your health is important too, you know. I'm fine, but haven't you been feeling too well yourself? Have you? Seems like you've been coughing for a long time now. Are you showing symptoms from your first time in the sub base? I'm fine. It's just a small cold. Anyways, don't change the subject. Go for your checkup already. There's still so much work to do. I'm here, aren't I? I'll help share your burden. Now go. It won't take long. After Akelina's urging, I reluctantly go for my checkup. Damn, it took him 2 events to show symptoms. 2 hours later, the checkup is complete. It turned out well, I told you. I didn't need it. I could have approved so many documents during that. Kalina's checkup ended long ago. She's curled up on a tiny chair in the waiting area. She seems to be asleep. Kalina? Are you asleep? As I see her tremble slightly in her slumber, I take off my coat and drape it over her body. I can't believe you could actually fall asleep in a tiny place like this. You must be exhausted from the work in the last few days. Kalina remains soundly asleep and does not respond. I sigh and gently run my fingers through her hair, but I feel a burning heat rise up through my fingertips. Fever? You need to see a doctor. No shots. Must work. There's no time to be stubborn. I ignore Kalina's drowsy mumbling and gently scoop her up in my arms before hurrying over to the doctor's office. So I guess their relationship is good again. I opened Kalina's medical report again. I don't know how many times I've done this already. The harm to her body inflicted by her sustained high fever has been converted to numerical data, which are seared in my mind. Self-reproach, guilt, regret, a complex mass of emotions writhes within my heart, gnawing at my soul like a swarm of ants. She's going to get better. Doctor said that Kalina can be discharged soon, provided her condition doesn't worsen. A petty little sickness like this won't beat someone as tough as her. Someone is politely knocking on my desk from behind me. I thought you had passed out, Commander. Why didn't you take my call? I didn't notice. I hurriedly shoved the medical report into the depths of my drawer. What is it? Did some urgent work come up? Firstly, I'm here to remind you to send the supply reset confirmation I mentioned earlier. Second, the schedule for the Sangvis training ground has been cleared out. Huh? The Sangvis training ground? Why? Judging from Kalina's work diary, the Sangvis training ground is being temporarily used as a Paradeus special drill area due to a lack of suitable venues. Paradeus special drill. Right, I understand. I'll be going then. Thank you. Please take care of yourself, Commander. Helion looks at my face with a worried expression of her own. She sighs and leaves. I look through Kalina's desk and find the Paradeus special drill program that she has compiled earlier. The early phases of the program are almost complete. After that, all that remains is to carry out several rounds of statistical analysis. I'm reading this and I'm thinking like, so when are Paradeus units finally coming to protocol assimilation that are not ringleaders? But anyways. Aline, once you get back, I'm going to show you that everything is still running smoothly, the way you left it. I think it would have been better just the way you left it. I tighten my grip on the program sheet in my hand. Helena smiles at me from the picture on the desk. So, this one's a mission. I think I'll try EX. I really don't like these drops, because these are the same drops from DR, at least most of them. But anyways, really, does this have story? I think I'll follow this one. Something I missed about Singularity was that it used to have timestamps. As of late, it doesn't, but back when I first played it, maybe like a year ago, or a little less, they had like timestamps and let you know what happened first in case you wanted to follow it in the proper chronological order. I mean, here is also like this also has time, but back then it was kind of rare that two missions occurred technically at the same time. So I'll just assume that they all happen at the same time if they're just like this. And I guess depending on how I am in terms of mood, I'll read first and then play and then read. Or read first everything and then play the actual mission. Anyways, so this one was with Ulrich. Here, you must rid yourself of any hesitation. Fear gets you nowhere. Cutscenes in Girls Frontline? What? 12? Where am I? Her head is too sluggish. It's so sluggish it feels like it had cement or ink. Or cement? Even reaching for a thought sends jabs of sharp pain through her head, as if her very brain is being shredded. Angela calls out to her second-in-command out of reflex in the dark, but naturally, she receives no response. Sudden noise pierces her eardrums like a sharp needle. The ceaseless ringing in her ears transports her back to the fateful day buried deep in her memory. She no longer remembers how many times she has recalled the events of that day. Mama. I want Papa. She remembers now. This isn't the Neo-Soviet Union. Smack. Just violent writhing sends water splashing out of the bucket, flooding the floor of the interrogation room. Her two arms were tied to separate posts, her bionic arm restrained by a steel chain, her other arm by a rough piece of rope, which scrapes against the skin of her wrist every time she struggles. The flax-colored rope is soaked in crimson, and when the blood dries, it turns black. Did she just lose consciousness briefly? Not only did she pass out, she even recalled past events. How humiliating. I'm asking you again, Angelia. The coarse man pulls Ange's head through out of the bucket of water by the hair for the fourth time, bellows into her. Why have you come to Germany? Fuck you. There goes the 16 plus, I guess. I think it was actually 13 plus. Angie spits viciously. You bitch. Angie's face is shoved once again into the water. Enough. The other interrogator interjects. giving Anji a brief moment of respite. But even so, it still feels to Anji that her bones are on the verge of falling apart. A lean man walks up to her and squats down. In his hands are a small knife and a sharpening steel, which he rubs against each other rhythmically as he approaches. The sound of scraping metal sends chills down Anji's spine. Fringe is soaking wet, sticking to her forehead, but it does not obscure her vision. Are you still with us? What's your name? Elizaveta Schwarzkopf. Sorry if I butchered German. Why have you come to Germany? To travel and to climb the Reichstag building? That's one of the top 3 buildings in all Soviet things all Soviets want to do, you know? Don't you know? Angelia? Heart knocks in the back of her neck. Her vision darkens for a second. She almost passed out again. Caffrey, I'm asking her. But the burly man looks a bit disgruntled, but he still puts away his rod reluctantly. Look, Frau Ange, I know you are very well trained, but your lack of cooperation does neither of us any good. The man leans in close until his savage face is mere inches away from Angie. His voice is more coarse and gravelly than before. Angie glances at the scars on his face and the knife in his hand. Is this how Stacy treats her guests? We always show great hospitality to our guests, but we also show no mercy to our enemies. He rests the blade against Angie's cheek and leans in even closer. You started a large-scale riot on German territory, and you ruthlessly murdered a public servant working for the German government. For the last time, Morido is a Paradise spy. Nobody can verify that, Angelia. From our point of view, after a government worker boarded a plane with you, she was thrown out of the aircraft with no protective measures. Her fate is still unknown. This is murder, Angelia. You murdered Morido. Bullshit. You're making up this load of crap just so you can hold me a captive? You really need to sort out your priorities, you know? Seemingly unaware of the blade pressed against her pale, emaciated face, Angie's eyes are still sharp like a hawk's. You don't actually give a damn about one stupid secretary. You're just looking up for an excuse to detain me, and now you finally have it. The man taps the knife against Angie's face and gestures to the burly man behind him. No one asks your opinion. Another excruciating blow lands on Angie's back. Yeesh. The blow catches Angie by surprise, and she starts coughing violently. Thick globs of blood drip from her lips into the bucket, infusing the dirty water. Shouldn't it be infusing in? Was the water this dirty to begin with, or did the filth actually come from her? She can't remember. She has even lost track of how long she's been here. You want to speak your mind, so am I. The man narrows his eyes. Tell me, Angelia, what did you see on the lower levels of this submarine base? Tell me, and I'll guarantee your safety. Now that the man has finally asked the $1,000,000 question, Angie lowers her head and starts snickering. What's so funny, bitch? This. I had to watch Morido slip out of my fingers for this. For your filthy and pointless power struggle. Go to hell, fuckers. Angie spits a mouthful of blood on the man's face. It's one way of getting tuberculosis. The man's face instantly contorts with rage. He tosses his sharpening steel into the bucket. You'd better pray this won't leave any scars. I have a whole collection. Stop right there. That's quite enough. The heavy metal door opens a crack, letting in slivers of light into the dark room. The man stops immediately. The tip of the blade pierces the skin on Angie's left cheek. A drop of blood seeps through and rolls down. accidentally misclicked. There we go. The woman who came in abruptly waves wordlessly at the interrogators. The two men, who were boiling with rage just seconds ago, collect themselves right away, give her a court nod, and stand aside. Two men in suits walk up from behind the woman and untie Ange's restraints. They hoist her up like a rag doll and drag her roughly towards the door. What do you want with me? Nobody answers her. She has no choice but to let the two men take her out of the room. Before she can get a good look at her surroundings, a sack goes over her head. Ange is shoved brusquely from behind, and she crashes onto the floor like a sandbag. The door closes behind her. They moved her somewhere else. She can't see a thing. Her recently untied hands are now cuffed again. She struggles to roll onto her back and finally manages to sit up. She tries to remove the sack over her head. Ange? While Ange is still writhing around, a hand stretches out and pulls the sack out of her head. An anxious AN-94 comes into view. Ange, you are very badly injured. AN-94 picks up Ange with practiced ease and puts her down gently on the sofa. Only then does Ange notice that she has been moved into an ordinary room. It is clean and even furnished. At least it certainly doesn't look like an interrogation chamber. I'm fine. Where are the others? I don't know. We've been locked up separately the whole time. I only got brought here minutes ago. Before they can say more, the door opens again. Have you considered getting a pair of bionic limbs yourself? 12. 94? Ange? 12 smirks. 12's... What? Oh. 12 smirks. Should be like 12's smirk vanishes. Too much easy sounding. What the hell have you done to her, you bastards? She spins around, ready to unleash her wrath on whoever brought her here, only to find that the door is shut again. Once again. 12, calm down. Ange raises her voice to stop AK-12, but the efforts end up tearing a wound open. She collapses into another cutting bout. Take it easy, Ange. You look like hell. We have to get out of here. Ange needs medical treatment. You're right, but I have a feeling this isn't over yet. There must be a reason why they're suddenly putting us back together. The door opens a third time, revealing a hulking figure. Yeah, 15. 15 enters the room in silence, followed by a wily RPK-16. Oh wow, the whole gang is here. Are we taking out one last family photo before facing the firing squad? Firing squad? Do you think we're about to be executed in secret? Why else would they suddenly bring us all together? Well, they can suck it. 15. Did you pass by any armories on your way here? No, but I saw a few armed guards on patrol. Good enough. We'll each get ourselves a gun and shoot our way out of here. You're in charge of carrying Ange. It's not like you can be of much use anyway. Ouch, how mean. Enough. Ange sits up on the sofa. I haven't told them anything. Even if they're going to execute us, it won't be anytime soon. Not to mention how their attitude changed so abruptly. I'm guessing there's been some unexpected development. Unexpected development? Before Ange can answer, the door opens up. The woman that brought Ange out of the interrogation chamber appears before her once again. What now? You may leave. We have arranged temporary accommodation for you. From now on, Angelia, you may not leave Berlin. You must stay at your designated accommodation and observe curfew rules, effective until our investigation concludes. So I'm being placed under house arrest. Is that really necessary? You may go. Now. This instant. Not bothering to answer even a single question. Female official seems extremely impatient It's almost as if she can't wait to get rid of him. Angie exchanges puzzled looks with the dolls. But before she can say anything, they are all escorted out of the room by a few gruff security guards. Oh god, look who it is. Fucking Fedora man. Okay, this. So I'm guessing this can be watched. It doesn't matter if you watch them before or after, so I'm just gonna watch them after I finish like this thread. Which I assume after this mission there's something that's gonna appear or something. The way of what is to come. Back in Talon? Oh, I think that's her first appearance, actually. I'm organizing the data related to the Paradise Special Drill Program. In order to avoid arguments about mistakes and who's better than who, I'll only be discussing the enemy data. Most Paradise units have force fields, which means we'll need HOC support to fight. The first problem we need to address is when to request fire support and how to protect our supporters. So we need to work with the HOCs, huh? Leave it to me. I'll talk to G3 about how to solve that problem. What the fuck? This is a double Sultana. They typically patrol alone, but they progress rapid-fire area effect weapons. Of note are their grenades, which cannot be avoided and cause great damage to us. We need the HOCs to bring down their force fields and then focus fire to kill them. So we're getting tutorials on how to kill double Sultanas. I think like 4 events after the first appearance. Okay. Well, I mean, of course, this can all be deducted anyways. So we also need to consider how to minimize the damage we can take when we fight them for real. You're telling me something this divinely beautiful is actually our enemy? What a shame. Indeed, its white exterior is almost mesmerizing. Aesthetically appealing enemies with an air of sanctity to them, and vicious-looking things that we need to protect. I wonder how many more such paradoxes we will encounter in the future. The second threat we may encounter here is the Ulam. They're somewhat slow, but not even force fields can block the damage from their ram attacks, but we need to be on the lookout, especially for the warning signs of an incoming ram. However, if we can set up realistic decoys to draw their fire, we can focus solely on destroying them. Of course, that's assuming they don't show up with other enemies. So they're slow but hit really hard. I'll pay attention to the startup motion for their rams. It looks way bigger than us. We sure have to our work cut out for us. Rodaleros and Strelets are enemies we commonly encounter during rescue missions. They are easier to defeat compared to the Olans and Double Sultanas. However, I don't think we've ever seen a splash art this close of those units. However, they often come in packs, which gives them the advantage in numbers. Enemy groups that consist of different kinds of units can cover each other's weaknesses and are thus harder to defeat. I heard that Thompson and her squad managed to plow through a mixed group on their first go. Team Palette also had a relatively easy time with him. How amazing. Yes, they are. That's dolls for you. I'm sure we'll be fine too. Yep. In addition to the regular forces, Paradise also has these elite units. Black Nitos, White Nitos, Nimogen, and Mercuries. They just look like weirdly dressed little girls. Oh boy. Yeah, who would have thought that they're actually enemy elites? Can we capture them like SF forces? I kinda wanna work with them. Unfortunately, we haven't found a way to capture Paradise units yet, But who knows? Your childish dream might come true someday. M200, continue with your presentation. Ah, okay. These enemies are very often possess disruptive and damaging abilities. They are very fast and very evasive, and most of them have extremely powerful hacking attacks. In contrast to the aforementioned enemies, I believe these are the most threatening to us. Once we are hacked, we lose our ability to control our bodies. Do you have any further questions about the enemies we're going to face? Nope. None at all. Just then, a silver-haired doll runs in. Sorry for being late. Bruh. How far through the pre-battle lecture are we? It's already over. Everyone, get up and move out. Oh. Well, that's a way to attend class, I guess. Damn, first mission is 26k. A group of dolls runs through a snowy, wind-whipped battlefield, firing behind them as they move. Amidst this heavy bombardment, the Paradise mech pursuing them finally collapses to the ground. This is great. Double Sultan's down. Look out. By the way, isn't this the main menu, Shatter Connections main menu mission? I think. There's a loud explosion, causing General Liu to lose her balance and fall heavily into the snow as the intense pain courses through her back. Ogpara is behind her, but how could she make a mistake like that? Still dazed, General Liu looks behind her and sees Ogpara also lying face down in the snow. Grenades have shredded her body and it looks like there's no chance of ever getting her back up. She did it. She did it to cover me. And it was done because VHS, VHS, a double soldier is coming. I know, the HOCs are ready. M200 and I will take it out. You give us some long-range fire support. Got it. Support fire thunders down from the distance, blowing the relentless white faction mech to pieces. However, the dolls remain frozen in place, unable to move. M200? I can't move, VHS, I've been hacked. It's her. M200 drops her gun and collapses like a puppet whose strings have been cut. VHS and General Liu remain rooted to the spot. Facing forward, a slender figure steps out of the gun-smoking flames, smiling arrogantly at them. Oh, you servile dolls, end of grief, ship without helmsman, in a mighty tempest. Mercuros. VHS is having trouble working her arm, but she reaches out toward a nearby command console. The defense gate closes in from either side, crushing that figure between its slabs with a deep, heavy thunk. Oh my god. The strategy they use is basically isomer. Okay. With the closing and opening of doors. The electronic interference is weakening. Thank goodness. Now, huh? Why is the defense gate being pushed open? A laughable performance, ladies. No man steps into the same trap twice. Of course. And this gate isn't exactly hard to hack. Behold, whether that race has done good or evil during its lifetime will make no difference in the end. Mercury spreads her arms and raises them in an exaggerated manner. An indescribable noise assaults the dolls. Their neural clouds are unable to bear this strain, and in the end, they all go offline. Signals lost from 4 dolls, or 1 doll is unable to move. Combat simulation number 5 failed. Difficulty normal. Time elapsed 5 minutes. Distance traveled 1000 meters. System grading C. Restarting combat simulation. All 4 dolls' positions have been reset. Beginning combat simulation number 6. Huh? It's over? But I didn't even move. Please pause this. We need to do a review. Exiting simulation mode. The squad puzzle dolls disconnect from the simulator and rise from their seats. In this last battle, we encounter the elite enemy unit Mercuros. She's an extremely skilled hacker. On top of that, she can restrain a single target and limit our ability to deal damage. Maybe we could use a drone as bait, or have someone volunteer to take the attack while the others open fire while she is restrained? But if we do that, a teammate will... sorry, I'll defer to your opinions. I look away at this point, turning to address Dandelion, who has been connected to their control terminal all this time. Still no progress? No. Well, objectively speaking, they have made an improvement. You didn't even last long enough to leave a record during the first combat sim, but now they have 5 minutes worth of data. I brought SL8 in to make up for the loss in the combat power, so why is it still like this? The deployment for the combat simulations has VHS as a team leader, Ogpar as a vanguard, General Liu as support, while M200 provides long-range precision fire. While the temporary transfer SL8 has excellent stats, VHS has no intention of making use of her. All she does is use SL8 as a hostage. Meanwhile, Squad Puzzle has finished their review of the battle on the training ground. SL8 looks like she wants to say something, but VHS ignores her. The other 3 dolls shoot her apologetic looks as they head off after VHS. Looks like they're not meshing well. That does seem to be the case. Frankly speaking, Commander, I do not understand the intentions of this training program. If your objective is to accustom the majority of our dolls to battling Paradise forces, then we have already achieved our objective. Squad Puzzle clearly does not make the grade, so why not remove them from deployment during operations? I know what you mean. Not every doll can gain the skills needed to fight Paradise units through training. The wise choice would be not to waste time and resources on them, and spend them on dolls with more promise instead. Indeed. According to the intel we received from the engine Ramen, Paradise is far more active than we imagined. Since we'll be facing off against them sooner or later, I would like all the dolls at the base to be prepared for that eventuality. I won't allow mass casualties like last time to happen again. That does sound like something you would say, Commander. More to the point, this is also Kalina's plan. I promised her that I would take good care of her base and new place. I fall silent as I think of Kalina. Paradise, Kalina's illness, and the chaotic situation weigh heavily on my heart. As I watch how swiftly the mission failed pop-ups appears for the dolls of Squad Puzzle, I silently add to the battle readiness level of Griffin to the list of my worries. Combat simulation failed. Do you really wish to continue? Yes. However, things can't go on like this. I need to think of a way to speed up the process. What do you mean? Let me speak to them. Squad Puzzle, can you hear me? Loud and clear. I'll be directing the battle this time. Understood. Squad Puzzle standing by, ready for orders, Commander. Oh god. What are you doing here? Command your scope. What is wrong? Can't see the formation. Oh, these are the non-abandoned gunners. Interesting. So that's the objective. Enemies rescuing us. Also, they still have these nodes that are kind of like hidden. Interesting. Look over here. Josh also new. There doesn't seem to be a time limit, so. Oh god, I have to check this. These things. So. Nice soundtrack.
やはり私がいないとダメなんですね。
Boleros. Basically anything can work
人
with
形
this.
効率を計測中。
お互いおあいこだよね。協力は苦手だけどやるしかないか。
I think I'll use a handgun.
みんな用意万端だね。
I was about to say, like, surprise there's no heavy heliport. There literally was one on my face.
これもみんなが望んだことなのか。また充電しなきゃ。よし、行くよ。
あの人もいれば。あの人もいれば。
If I'll have to.
ほう、私に緊急事態を対応させるのか。ここのみんなはなかなか面白いわね。
What a good soundtrack. think this. Actually, let me make a rifle handgun just in
これ
case.
なら全力を発揮できるのか。
武器に関しては心配しなくていいよ。なんたって私はグリフィン一厳しい風紀委員なんだから。自分の面倒は自分で見るので大丈夫です。
ターゲットロックオン。攻撃開始。
I guess I just fucked up, man.
ロックオン。攻撃開始。
I think I should have equipped a shotgun.
タリホン戦闘開始。ごめん、痛かった。
気を改めて決着。
学べるのであれば
私が誰にも失望させ
タリホン戦闘開始。ごめん、痛かった。まだ死んでない。
見えるもの全てから私を邪魔したのはあなたたちの運の尽きよ。
完全な勝利。私からすれば通りだったね。
Oh. Okay, our scans surroundings and shows surrounding regions which have been disturbed by the fall. Support the target actually along with an illusion of underlying trees after damage and all enemies. Support gas to enter. Debuff the enemy by removing their force fields for 2 seconds after entering combat and greatly increasing their accuracy, duration, and speed. Debuff wears off within 5 seconds unless on the turn. Okay, so debuff. Basically taunt barrier or something. Miniature suit. And I figured it'd be something like that. Ooh, actually, shit. No, that's not good.
仮砲戦闘開始。邪魔をしないで。私は真実を見つける。私を邪魔したのはあなたたちの運の尽きよ。これは望んだ結末じゃない。完全な勝利。
狂った BM
I don't think this will work.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら過去のチャンスを逃し弾薬を無駄にしてご注文が来ましたよ。スキル手当
I didn't know they had
こ
like
れが努力だ。
double solar right in front.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら逃げられる気がする。盛大なおもてなしです。見たかこれ。
I bet the patroller that appeared in the picture of the level is right here. It's way too suspicious. It's not a double slug. But I have to eliminate all enemies, right? Yeah. Interesting.
に新しい陣形も試したいですね。ちゃんと私を見てくれてますの指揮官様。
This is a very audacious experiment.
アマちゃんたちが指導してあげるわ。
I don't think MG's against Gunners is gonna be too good, especially that good of an issue. But
言われなくても出てあげるわよ。感謝しなさいよね。また私の出番？それってつまりやりたい放題していいってこと？
oh, oh, there goes that.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことでしか解決できぬというのなら、狙い撃つ。この時代のご注文が来ましたわよ。
That's a lot better.
私たちの旅路に
Wait, what? What? Calico did more damage? Their force fields weren't too high though. Right? Doesn't say how many nodes, but I guess it's 3. I don't think this is gonna matter much. This is gonna hurt.
リホ戦闘開始。ごめん、痛かった？まだ死んでない。見えるものすべて私を邪魔したのはあなたたちの運の尽きよ。完全な勝利。私始めました。ターゲット発見。直ちに相当を開始します。お前の罪を数あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？手をくれようと。正義は必ずやってくる。はっ、どう？敵の数を確認。
That lag.
苦しみから解き放ってあげよう。私の目を見て。これも
Oh, there she goes.
全部壊しちゃえ。間に合った。
She didn't lose a fraction though. So I think I can put soft mod around here. Clean gunners. I have to like make up which region I want to take care of. Then just start there and get rid of them. Otherwise I'm never gonna finish.
敵の数を確認。何の意味もない。苦しみから解き放ってあげよう。私の目を見て。
God damn it, just lag, holy shit. That was dumb. I forgot I had to turn limits.
光砲戦闘開始。合わんね虫キャラが。さっさと戦闘を終わらせて仕事に戻るよ。完全な勝利だって。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら覚悟。逃げられる。一気に片付けます。ご注文が来ましたよ。覚悟の感じられる。無限な暴力禁止ですよ。結構聞きますよ。覚悟の感じられない。これ結構効きますよ。暴力禁止ですよ。一気に片付けます。逃げられるとでも。油断大変。スキンケアート盛大なおもてなしですよ。この一気に片付けます。皆さん私に加勢を。見てて、これが努力の結果だ。ターゲット発見。直ちに消灯を開始します。正義の裁きを受けてみろ。哀れむ心なんて目に捨てました。任務結果保存。
があれば
shut
決して
that.
逃げぬ
Oh shit.
戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙いこのチャンスを逃すお洋服にゴールにしてたよ私が守りますこのリテールゴールにしてたよここはもうダメそうです見たか
I just realized. I just remembered there's a fucking hurricane here. Oh my god. That's a bit overkill, but
ターゲット発見直ちに相当を開始しますお前の罪を数える新しい改造の成果を見せてやれどうよ専門家で
actually no, this is
やはり来ましたねあなたは私のものですわだけに生まれてきたのまだまだですよ邪魔しないで きましたね。指揮官様、私の活躍ターゲット発見。直ちに掃討を開始します。正義の裁きを受けてみろ。哀れむ心にもう捨てました。手伝ってあげる。それをくれようと正義は必ずやってくる。はっ、どうよ。専門家である私を信頼。指揮官、任務完了。ご報告いたします。指揮官様、行ってきます。私にできることはここまでみたい。4号ね。傷の手当ては人間も人形も案外変わらないものですよ。指揮官、次の指示を。
So far it's good. But I got stuck on a mission because I fucked up several turns. But it's a lot of text, I will tell you that. So if you're in it for the story, you're most likely gonna like it.
指揮官、デスクをきれいにしといたよ。次の仕事はちょっと寝てからでもいい？あ、指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？指揮官、
I'll be
デ
back
スク
real
を
quick.
きれいにしといたよ。次の仕事はちょっと寝てからでもいい？
Okay, I'm back. Gonna make some teams here. I don't think Alexa's maxed skill, so like would get her to 90. Shit, wait, this buffs enemies? So I could go with 500. Okay, so I'm trying to make 2 teams for the gunners, 1 for the double soldiers, 1 for the rodoleros, and the other for the crawler. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but this one's for the controller.
いい始まりです。安心してダーリン、きっと大丈夫だから。ラジャー、新たな挑戦期待してるよ。
Let's controller. These ones are rodoleros. Actually,
充電しなきゃ。よし、行くよ。
Five teams. This one was pretty good, so I'm gonna leave it like this. Solar and what is this team now? So I have two cleanups. I could try KSG, but I think he's just gonna get wrecked.
KSG チームに入り待機します。
That's barrier. I don't think this team is a good option, but we'll see.
来たからには早速仕事を始めましょう。
Yeesh, 400 manpower.
来たからには早速仕事を始めましょう。
I shall see is counting as a accuracy.
タリフォー戦闘開始。学べるのであれば超えられる。タリフォー戦闘開始。見えるのに全て私にできるのはこれしかない。完全な勝利。はじめまして。私はもうグリフィンにはうんざりなんです。あなたたちに加わってもいいですか？いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。予想通り。それより早く使ってください。 仮砲戦闘開始。学べるので私にできるのはこれしかない。完全な勝利。
はじめまして。私はもうグリフィンにはうんざりなんです。あなたたちに加わってもいいですか？この箱を作ってありますよ。理由には及びません。敗北からの巻き返し。さすが指揮官です。
I think I can extract Cuddle this turn. Then launch the other the patrol zone. Ah, I forgot. Oh my god. 'Lost heliport.
敵が来た。撃て。あなたに脊髄なんて必要ですか？任務結果保存。
That was a nice touch. not expecting that. Oh my god, I forgot again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, these ones are pretty fast to kill. I lost this not since I was fun. Yep. Damn, it spawned even before capture. Damn, I forgot. Dude, what the f- kept saying I was clicking outside of P22.
来た。撃て。
They're shredding him.
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。
Despite the barrier.
まだまだのようです。どうよ、専門家である私を信じろって言っただろ。
Might need to give armor card to KSG though. I feel. This is the best bet.
仮砲戦闘開始。学べるのである。誰にも失望させないから。完全な
Oh,
勝利。
HLC, like their accuracy is just ridiculous.
3回して迎撃。私の弾丸を無駄にしない。ターゲットをさよならだ。運が回ってきた。その程度なのね。私の狩りの失敗の二文字。はじめまして。
missing a lot of visuals here.
まだまだですよ。次に死ぬのはあんたたちの番よ。
I mean, I also had
来た。見て。
先に帰るの？そうね、そうしよう。どう？これがあなたたちの目的なのに。先に帰るの？そうね。そうだ。
gonna lie, I got a little lucky with the one ammo. Well, that's done.
ただいま。みんないる？仕入れに行ってきます。指揮官、次の指示を。安心して。この借り絶対返すから。来たからには早速仕事を始めましょう。
Stories. I'm not gonna read them now. Just gonna get the memory fragments.
汚れ仕事をやらせる候補？これは運命の出会いですよ。もしダミにも意志があれば、互いを慰め合うことができるのに。指揮官、デスクをきれいにしといたよ。次の仕事はちょっと寝てからでもいい？ 全ては思った通りに進んでいく。リラックスして。
この一撃を決めて凱旋のファンファーレを響かせましょう。
何を見逃したの。 NG 採用応援者な。今度も頑張りましゅ。ついていきましゅよ。全ては思った通りに進んでいく。運命はああ、一体何を見逃したの。撃って撃って全ては思った通りに進んでいく。
よーい撃て。
一体何を見逃したの。撃って撃って
これが決闘の差というもの。思い知るがいい。
全ては思った通りに進んでいく。運命はもう皆さんに頼ってはいけません。一体何を見逃したの。来たからには早速仕事を始めましょう。指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？来たからには早速仕事を始めましょう。
I mean, honestly, I don't think it's worth getting no fragments, more fragments. The event gives a lot, so.
ハッピーマジナイスクリティカルヒット。ハッピーマジックタイムのナイスクリティカルヒット。 ジックタイム。ナイスクリティカルヒット。ハッピーマジックタイム。ナイスクリティカルヒット。リターンダウン数確認。まだ十分に残っています。ハッピーマジックタイムのナイスクリティカルヒット。リターンダウン数確認。まだ十分に残っています。絶対に逃がしません。来たからには早速仕事を始めましょう。
Try to find the daily crates now.
指揮官、次の指示を。
See if I can do them on this mission.
引き続き改善しますのでご期待ください。来たからには早速仕事を始めましょう。
私の前に立ってないでおつむの心配でもしたら。
指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？
目標を決定。行こう。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
今の私はグリフィンに服従する装備部隊。死後の基礎を開くしてあげる。 今の私はグリフィンに服従する葬儀部隊。死後に人をクラスしてあげる。いい夢見させてあげる。私はどうか今の私はグリフィンに服従する葬儀部隊。死後に人をクラスしてあげる。はじめまして。今の私はグリフィンに服従する葬儀部隊。死後に人をクラスしてあげる。
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
Whoa. That was a lot of damage for level 1.
ラインメタル FG42 が着任しました。指揮官の下でもっと鍛えてもらいたいです。
That'd be a good mission for the crates, but apparently not. I just checked out the layout of this one. Holy shit. Oh, it's one of those missions. Oh, so this one could be the crate mission. Given that I'm not supposed to fight, apparently. Okay, I'll read these two, try this mission, and I think that's gonna be it. But that wasn't normal though. 25,000? Normal? Oh, that's a bug most likely. I'm now organizing data pertaining to simulated Griffin versus Faraday's battles. These data do not concern the AR team, Squad 404, or Task Force Defy, but only the scenario clear records of ordinary Griffin dolls. The first group to clear the scenario wasn't the Deagle Squad, which was Deagle Squad, which made contact with the failed Isoners. Their experience with skirmishes and assaults allowed them to quickly make decisions when faced with the threat of enemy hacking and adjust their combat approach accordingly. That is true. Second squad was FN. Testing has revealed the squad FN's ability to respond to sudden developments far exceed that of any other doll squads, which is probably due to how they are often called on to handle unusual situations and circumstances. In addition, the social dynamics within the group is worth looking into. The third squad is Thompson. God. They have similar strengths as the Eagle Squad, and they were only 17 seconds behind the squad in second place. I believe the reason for their outstanding performance, despite the dolls' somewhat more inferior specs across the board, is because of Thompson's effective leadership and a squad member's ability to promptly carry out orders. In fourth place is Squad Negev. Their combat approach is savage yet skillful, and they are adept at rapidly cutting down more fragile units, as well as surrounding and wearing down more resilient ones. These tactics are suited for situations where they are evenly matched with the enemy, but they lack adaptability if the enemy is much stronger than them. Records of them quickly destroying enemy units during the battle at the submarine base corroborate these observations. To date, the only squad which has yet to clear the scenario is Squad Puzzle. There are many problems with the squad, and I will list the more severe ones. Temporary Squad Leader VHS and Temporary Squad Member SL8 have a bizarre relationship. At the same time, they have vastly different fighting styles, and their differences in perspectives lead to a lot of unnecessary conflict. Squad Member Alpara is the squad's mood maker and morale booster. However, her false belief that she is the human makes her needlessly protective over her one and only life where she fights alone. In addition, her neural cloud runs the risk of breaking down when her body takes damage, which is something that we need to look out for. General Liu is excellent overall, but she is extremely poor at adapting to changing battle situations. During the past 7 simulated battles, she ended up blue screening twice on the battlefield. They still get blue screens in 2016. However, M200's resourcefulness makes up for that. This is the only mutually supportive pairing I have seen on the squad. In conclusion, Squad Puzzle is not suited to fighting as a team. End of record compilation. That was good. M200 kicks open the door to the safe house. I've successfully linked up with the hostage. You're here at last. This is SL8. I'm in good condition, ready to join the battle at any time. Let's talk on the move. We've managed to shake off the Oslans, but the gladiators and an ice hunter are still on our backs. Things aren't looking good. Right, so where are the others? We're fighting hit and run battles with the gladiators. Sounds legit. Let's go back and help them. VHS said we should first. There are enemies up ahead. We can't escape them with just the two of us. While they debate, the dolls suddenly feel the thought processes slowing down. The sound of high heels draws close. Glassy-eyed Nitos move past them into the distance, while a rundown white faction mech lunges at them with no sound or warning of its presence, ripping apart everything it touches. Signal lost from all 5 dolls. Combat Simulation 8 time elapsed 18 minutes. System grading B. The fact that they could reach the hostage so quickly shows that Squad Puzzle has the ability to complete the training program. Pause it for now. Let's let them do another post-op review. Just as I'm about to say something to the gathered dolls, I feel a hand gently touching my shoulder. I'm sorry to disturb you, Commander, but something urgent has come up. No problem, go ahead. I think I'll let Mr. Kruger explain the specifics to you. Got it. Sigh helplessly, and look one last time at the assembled squad before leaving with Haley. In Kruger's office. Coming here again after so long gives me a pang of nostalgia. It took me right back to when I first arrived at the Griffin base. Indeed. Right now, that imposing figure whose rock-solid presence is always infinitely reassuring is raising a wine glass to me. Care for a drink, Commander? I thought you weren't the sort to drink on the job. Indeed, but today is a bit of a special case. You're going to help yourself? Krieger raises a bottle and pours some clear liquor into the transparent glass. In that case, don't mind if I do. I take a seat in front of him and pick up the wine glass. It's been a while since I had the chance to chat with you like this. Looks like things have been quite peaceful for us recently. I've long missed days like this. Quiet music though. Only older people talk that way. Well, getting sent on so many harrowing missions does tend to age you. It seems that both your combat performance and your ability to gripe to your superiors are second to none. Pardon me, I'll be more subtle next time. I gurgle quietly, and Krieger snorts in laughter too. I honestly didn't expect you to come back alive from Paldiski. Neither did a lot of people. The raging flames, skin charred black by high temperatures, the bodies, fallen dolls strewn across the ground. Alina's eyes filled with despair. I down my glass of liquor in one gulp. The burning sensation as it goes down reminds me of that day. If there's anything you want to say, you can go ahead and tell me. Your original mission was to contain Sanguisferi. However, the Sanguisferi forces, which have plagued us for so long, are little more than ants in the face of the military in Paradise. Those enemies were not originally meant for you to handle, and yet you took care of them anyway. You have done very well, so well that you have far exceeded our expectations. Thank you for your praise. Though I sense a but coming. Indeed. But the mastermind of Sanguisferi vanished in that base, along with M4 and M16. And while the threat of the military has been neutralized for now, the people who backed them are still hidden in the shadows. And you have worked very hard, but from a broader perspective, all we have done is little more than scratching an itch. So, are we going to root out the one who's behind everything? We need to choose an appropriate candidate for the task, because the situation we are about to face will be more complicated than ever. Listening? I was once a soldier myself, so I only trust people who have come back alive from the battlefield. And there are only three kinds of people who come back alive from the battlefield. The first kind are timid to the end of their days, who view even the daylight streaming into their rooms as an enemy bombardment. The second are drunk on slaughter and bloodshed, who build their joy on the suffering of others. You, Commander, belong to the third kind. The third kind? There are people who know why they fight. Their convictions make them keener, braver, fiercer, and more eager for battle. I just want to protect what I can protect, that's all. You seek peace, and you fight for a better peace. I understand that reasoning, and I also understand that what I can do is very limited. And yet, you will not back down. You will not abandon any chance you have to fulfill your objective. Sounds like you're hinting at a new mission, so you have a new lead? Angelia works quickly and precisely. There is a reason why Zelinsky favors her. If you're talking about her investigation of Bremen, I know a little about it, but I haven't been able to contact her ever since she left the refugee settlement. You don't need to worry about her for now, Commander. Also, I don't think you're content to always be trailing in her wake. Sometimes you need to learn how to overtake people. Are you going to send me to Germany? Anne freezes as I'm putting down the glass, stared blankly at Kruger until he nods in affirmation. Like I just said, your valiant deeds at Paldiski have reached the ears of many. Kruger hands me an envelope. A wax seal? The document is so exquisite I can help but gawk. To my knowledge, Kruger has never been one for this sort of thing. In the middle of the bright red wax seal is a vigorous griffin bearing its claws like a fearless challenger. Oh god. A griffin? Isn't this our logo? Do you remember the full name of our company? Oh god. The company name? Griffin and Kruger. Kruger raises his glass and downs its contents in one mouthful. We all call him the Earl. So should you. I gulp and reach out to open the letter. Kruger raises a hand to stop. Read it on the plan. Got it. When am I leaving? Right now. Right now? But Kalina's still in hospital. And the dolls at the base aren't fully... I know that this is not a good time. But it can be helped. Can it? Bring the dolls from Paldiski. They're more capable than we give them credit for. Also, that isomer that's connected to Olga's, I won't ask too many questions about her, but I suggest you bring her with you. Is that really just a suggestion? The frontline won't wait for you, Commander. Head out as soon as possible. Behind my back, my hand unconsciously feels for the holster at my waist. The familiar sensation reminds me that the pistol which Kruger gave me is still there. Understood, Mr. Kruger. Kruger falls silent again. He refills his glass, but does not drink just yet. Instead, he swirls his glass, watching as the waves rise and fall in the colorless liquid within. Mr. Kruger? This is probably unfair to you, but all great endeavors demand sacrifice. You gave me a choice, and I chose. Kruger's mouth curls up in a smile, and he touches his glass to the table. A tremor runs through my heart. He is offering me a toast. I briefly hesitate, then return his gaze steadily. I raise my glass and down it all in one go as he watches. You will live until the end. I can sense it. But I must give you a word of advice. Trust no one. Does that include yourself and the Earl? Oh yes, especially him. At the Griffin base in the heliport holding area. The AR team has already assembled by the time I get there. Commander, what's this mission about? It's a kind we've never taken on before. Huh? Could it be... I laid the pictures on the table at on the holding area. I laid the pictures of the objective on the holding area too. Why is it a girl? What's this? Are we supposed to investigate her or protect her? Neither. Our mission is to proceed to Bonsdorf near Berlin, find our target, and bring her to a designated location. We're going to kidnap a girl then? We certainly haven't done anything like that before. Someone will come to pick us up once we acquire the mission objective. Isn't that what they say for every mission? We always end up having to make do on our own anyway. This is our mission, so what is she doing here? You have your mission, and I have answers of my own that I wish to find. This mission is closely linked to Paradise. Dandelion may end up being very helpful. Dandelion stands behind the AR team, ignoring Star's icy glare. I smile weakly, and the communicator just opens to ring at that moment. Just happens to ring at that moment. 1 second. Understood? I head to one side and look at my communicator. It's the latest report on Kalina's status from the hospital where she's admitted. I quickly skim through it until one sentence at the end captures my attention. Suspected mild symptoms of Eudosky low emission infectious disease. Further verification in progress. Oh shit. My finger trembles as I tap out a phone number. Beep. Hi, this is Kalina. Sorry, but I can't come to the phone right now. If it's urgent, please contact Miss Helion. If it's about something else, please leave a message after the beep. Beep. Wait for me. More like, wait for me. The plane has finished its pre-flight checks, and we can board anytime. I end the call and head toward the AR team. The sky today is bright, clear blue. It's a bright, clear blue. Ministry for State Security, Berlin. After exiting the building, Anja looks up at the blue sky that she so sorely missed. And here I thought nowhere is as cold as the Soviet Union's administrative complex. I envy those who complain about blinding sunshine. What's the meaning of this? 12 is still seething about their treatment. A 48-hour interrogation experience? Not even an extra minute? Can I extend my session? Even their weapons have been returned. Anja caresses her pistol and fights the sudden urge to charge back inside and shoot everyone. But isn't it good that we're released? Of course it's good, but I can't help but wonder why. Anja looks up at the long flight of stairs before her thoughtfully. 16 and 15, RPK-16 and AK-15, who were the first to leave the building, are now sitting at the bottom of the staircase. RPK-16 is tapping away at the laptop computer which she is balancing on her knees. A cable joins the two dolls by the neck. Were you all locked up in separate cells? Anja shuffles down the stairs slowly and sits down next to her subordinates. Neural cloud? Okay. Fire control score? Okay. Sorry, what was that again? Yes, I was held inside an electronically sealed room, but they didn't do anything to me. Apparently, they were worried that the four of us would be violent in our resistance, which is ridiculous. If we had wanted to raise hell, it would make no difference whether we were locked together or separately. How long was I in there? 2 days? It's been more than 2 days since we got off the plane. When we were held captive, they wouldn't let us see anyone, nor we were allowed visitors. All of our equipment and weapons were also confiscated. I honestly thought we would only walk out of there to have our neural clouds fried. What do you mean? What do you make of this, Anja? The detention was uncharacteristically short. It would have lasted at least another week. They obviously had no qualms about torture, but they ended up releasing me before they could beat the information out of me. That's very odd. True, we shouldn't count on the Germans certainly developing a conscience. Someone pulled some strings behind the scenes. Our release definitely wasn't a coincidence. Could it be Shorewoman Ulrich? If Ulrich had that much power, we wouldn't have ended up in this sticky situation in the first place. 48 hours is more than enough for Morido to make it cross the border into the Soviet Union. I heard that Mr. K has taken over the investigation. 15 suddenly opens her eyes and joins the conversation. 16 deftly unplugs the cable from her neck. Take a seat, Captain. No thanks, I can run diagnostic on my own. We've been held for 2 whole days. If they messed around with our hardware or software, we'd want to find out now. So stop being a sulky child. You do realize that as things stand, there's no way we can find even cheap replacement for our bodies, right? 12 sits down grumpily at the spot previously occupied by 15. Kay took over. I have nothing against him, but they might as well have lined the streets and given Mordo a warm send-off across the border. We wouldn't catch her in time even if we set off now. I know. Not to mention these crots are restricting my movements. Crots. Angie rests her hand on her knees and slowly scans the empty streets around her. Who knows how many hidden pairs of eyes are currently observing the group having a conversation on these stairs. They had to keep a low profile even though they're on their home turf. Looks like whoever helped us is of considerable status and authority. All this speculation does us no good. Even without all these obstacles, we still need time to rest. Willpower is all that's keeping Miss Anje on her feet in her present condition. You're in no state to continue our investigation, are you? 16 leans towards Anje affectionately and takes a long, deliberate look at her quivering legs. 12 forcefully yanks the cable connecting her to 16 and yerks her back. I'm with her on this one, Anje. You can play tough all you want in front of others, but you sound like you want to get back to work in your current state. Not only is that reckless, it's downright stupid. We've already wasted too much time. Anje glares at her knees and grows defiantly. Then what's the difference? What difference does a few more hours make? You said it yourself. You thought they were going to keep you for at least a week, but it's only been 48 hours plus a few more hours of sleep. We're actually ahead of schedule. Fine. But before I rest, nobody objects to some light workout, Anja gives her thighs a smack and slowly stands up. 16 unplugs the cable and gestures to 12 that the diagnosis is complete. She jokes jovially as she packs away her equipment. So Anja likes toying with young men. She looks around thoughtfully and makes a face in the direction that Anja was squinting at. Don't put it so weirdly. 2 on the left, 3 on the right. About 8 in the building behind us. What should we do with them? Let's give them a lesson and teach them to show some respect to veterans. Give these krauts hell. Yes, ma'am. Anja mod 2.
演算モード。これで終わりです。任務結果。もう誰にも失望させないから。ギロチンみたいに。
Interesting.
レーダースキャンスタート。この2発で十分。ギロチンみたいに切る。
散モード。この2発で十分。ギロチンみレーダースキャンスタート。この2発で十分。もっとやれるのに。やっぱり射撃速度上限解除。彼女の代わりにはなれない。死ね。ごめんなさい。ギロチンみ任務失敗。レーダースキャンスタート。全員順。もう少しか。ダメージが規定値を超えます。あら、任務失敗。早く落ち込むのはあなたの特権であるように、失敗も私たちの特権です。射撃速度上限解除。やっぱりどうしても彼女の代わりには。ギロチンみたいに綺麗さっぱりな戦。レーダースキャンスタート。もう少し頑張りましょう。任務結果保存。
for that?
深度演算モード、これで終わりです。ギロチンみたいに深度演算モード、少し体を動かしましょう。ギロチンみたいに
Oh, this mission doesn't give crits. This just in. A sudden power outage has occurred on the outskirts of Berlin in an area that spans almost the entirety of the Green Zone. Over 400,000 people are affected by the blackouts as it halts operations of businesses and medical facilities. We will now hand over to Shadowless, who is reporting on site. Thank you. From this relatively elevated position, we can see that this entire area has gone dark. Many residents affected by the power cut have left their homes and gone out to the streets. Hold on. A conflict seems to have broken out in that neighborhood. There is a lot of clamor, but we can't see much due to the poor visibility. I will try to get down there and get a closer look. What? It's dangerous down there. The main station advises against approaching. Dangerous? Alright then. We'll just have to rely on the latest information provided by the police. That was short. Well, I guess I'll leave it here.
来たからには
Someone's still watching or hearing. Thanks for stopping by.
次の任務は
I will try to stream
完了。ご報告いたしま
this
す。
event
指揮官様。
as much as I can. And yeah,
私
thanks
の
for
過
stopping
去
by
が気
again.
にならないの
Have a great day, anyways. Everyone, I mean.
もう少し気にしてよ